Hi, Nate. I'm gonna get something to drink really quick. I was getting something to drink. Hi, Apollo. Hi, Stitch.
One of the best compliments I've gotten so far in the animation industry is that I'm what you can consider a Swiss Army artist, which means I can actually hold myself pretty well in any kind of task that I'm required to do. As a visible artist, I've mainly done environments, props, color keys, layouts, etc. But I've never really been known for doing characters. Just recently, I picked up on this and I added some character work to my latest business project. But it took me a while to be proud of that. It is something that always interested me. I actually started my journey in art wanting to be a character designer, but I struggled heavily with it. I could never really find a proper style for drawing or painting people. And this is something that I was very determined to change. I really wanted to improve on it. And as we all know, the only way to really improve at your art is to do it constantly. I've been practicing quite a bit lately and trying to get out of my comfort zone, and that's why today I want to talk about the things I've learned so far while painting the human form. Just a bit of a disclaimer, I wouldn't really take this as a tutorial. You may or may not agree with the workflow and advice I'm going to give, and that's totally fine. Personally, I think that watching someone do art helps much more than the verbal advice, so I hope the speed painting clips are useful, and if not, then at the very least, I hope they're entertaining. Keep it rough and just paint. I'm an incredibly impatient person, and when it comes to my art, I want to know that what I'm doing is going somewhere. Unlike environments, painting the human form for me had a different workflow. Let me explain. When painting, let's say, a room, I block in everything. I lasso tool my shapes, I keep it sort of clean from the start. I know where my light source is going to be, and that determines how the shadows are going to look. Then it's just a matter of figuring out the colors and values, etc. I have layers for this, and I'm confident that I can change anything specific that I want. But when it comes to people, I realize I really can't expect it to be like that because the way that I add stuff will heavily affect how my character looks on design and expression. Perhaps
Hi.
that's just how my brain works, but to me, they are very different workflows. I kept telling myself to just shut up and paint. if I was taking it slow and trying to be too clean, that proved to just not work for me. It just kept slowing me down. So I needed to keep it rough. And this is something that I still have to get comfortable with. This is where you have to really trust the process. I know some people might heavily relate to this, but sometimes your biggest issue while doing art is overthinking, not having your thoughts clear, not knowing where to go. And unfortunately, that's not just an artistic skill that you can acquire out of nowhere. I guess I was very used to having my pieces look plain from the start. So this was very interesting to try. I know that most people who, for example, have a background with traditional painting are very mad at me right now because I'm complaining about a process that they've known since the start. So, I mean, yeah, I admire you for that. I always wonder how do people manage to get their paintings look so painterly? And as stupid as
Thank
the answer might
you,
be, it turns
sir.
out that comes organically with the painting process. The brush actually doesn't
Oh
matter.
my god,
As I
it's
said
you.
before, I always
I know you. Hi, Zephyr. I was literally just streaming on the other site, not gonna lie. I made some weird dude. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Nothing much is up. What's up with you? Right now I'm doing a sleep stream because I was literally just doing an art stream this morning, and now I'm doing a sleep stream. It really wasn't you, Skater, because I know what you look like, and that's not what he looked like. It's going pretty good. I got a 70% battle ratio.
wonder how some people got such a painterly look to their pieces and thought it had to be the brushes that they were using. However, I found myself using the same round brush with active opacity for the sketch, the rendering, and basically the entire process. When painting
So
humans
now
or, well, anything, you're basically sculpting.
how I actually improved my art, and I'm learning how he improved his art. Except you guys aren't watching it. I'm watching it. You guys watch stuff with me in the mornings, not at nights.
Working from bigger to smaller, and no fancy brush will make that process easier. As a matter of fact, some brushes might even worsen your workflow. For the illustrations that I have been showing, I used mainly 3 brushes, but as I said, I found
Yeah,
myself
because
only using one sometimes.
nights are my
This square, grainy brush with opacity activated, your typical round airbrush that I would mainly use for adding color on a multiplier
Oh
overlay
man.
layer, and lastly, this circular soft brush with opacity activated. What really matters is your
Someday
knowledge
I'll
of
make
anatomy
you
and
watch
understanding
me
of shapes, and that is
one
something
day.
that simply comes with
Kind of
practice.
Daniel.
It's always important to keep some sort of
Also,
anatomy reference when you're working with this kind
Silver,
of
you
stuff.
stole
For
the
example, I use the
crown.
app Art Anatomy that allows me to upload a 3D
Congratulations.
model of a
You're my
skull
top
that I use while
fan.
drawing my sketch, just to keep in mind the landmarks and proportions. And I also use this other app called Pet Model Studio that allows me to set up the lighting that I want to paint and how it will affect the basic planes of the face. The wrong colors will f up everything. Now bear with me because I'll try to explain this as best as I can. If the painting looks wrong but the sketch is fine, it has to be the colors. And this is something that has happened to me multiple
If you
times.
want,
I keep wondering
could
why
actually get something to watch right now that you guys could all see if you want. You don't really talk that much. Yeah, I'm down for a chat. I love chatting. Ask me any question you want and I'll answer honestly. Anything. I don't really know. Pineapple on pizza. What are your opinions on it? What are your thoughts? I like pepperoni pizza. Or cheese pizza. Both, actually. Or vegetable pizza. I like pineapple on pizza. It tastes good. It's like savory and sweet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And also, mushrooms on pizza don't go well with my digestive system. No, I'm not allergic. It just isn't good for my digestive system. It doesn't sit well. Yeah. I'll show you what my latest drawing was. This is my latest drawing. I never completed it. Oh, it's not showing, is it? Is it showing now? See you later, It's Crafter. I almost ended the stream on accident. Thank you, thank you. Teal, I thought you were there when I was drawing it. Nathaniel, you're my #1 fan now. Where did Sever go? Poor Sever lost his crown. Congratulations, Nathaniel. You stole the crown. It's okay. Well, none of us were cut out to be #1. crown was indeed snatched.
Does it look wrong if I'm technically following the procedure? If I technically know how the anatomy works? If technically the sketch is proportionally correct? The face is probably one of the most difficult things to paint, at least for me, due to how many plane changes it has, as well as hard and soft edges. On top of that, the skin color changes based on where are we talking about? On the cheeks, on the nose, on the forehead, but it's also affected by
No, Sever. Good night. I'll miss you. Maybe. Hey, I'll see you maybe. Hey, I just met you. I'll see you maybe. I was following Sakamoto days.
shadows and light. What was messing up my color choices at first was trying to go too crazy with the values and the hues. What I really had to do was to keep them local, keep them close, and then build up from that. I basically nailed it down to just build up from the skin color to the skin shadow, then hue variations on the certain landmarks.
Apollo, did teal make you sad? Do you want to talk about it? Talk to Teal about it. Oh, and don't kill yourself because you're lonely. There's other reasons that would end up with us killing ourselves, which is like rape and stuff. That's when you could kill yourself. Killing yourself because you're lonely is not a good reason to die. A good reason to die is getting raped and then killing yourself. Because that's just oh, Then why was Teal just in here a second ago and now she's gone?
And then work with that to shape the rest. A key mistake I did at first was using dark values too soon, like I tend to do with my environment work. I love contrast a lot, dark shadows, all that. But defining the human form properly, as I said, requires a lot more precise work. Using dark values too soon can heavily alter how the piece looks and mess with the structure. I realize that this is something that I do pretty often to make my life easier. I select colors that are very unsaturated and local to each other in terms of hue. And even this can make the piece look uninteresting or dull at first. Those are things that can always be pushed a little bit later at the end with extra layers. And speaking about that, less
Well, I'm
layers is
sorry, I
actually better.
follow.
I'm used to working with
Did the relationship end or something?
more than 200 or 300 layers for my usual environment work. Having everything on a separate layer, even the smallest things. I always did this so that I could change colors or values quickly without altering anything else. But I realized that's a disadvantage when it comes to painting humans. I started having one eye and the lips and the hair and the nose on separate layers. Once again, trying to keep things too clean. I'm glad I was able to get out of that comfort zone and just use 2 or 3 extra layers for help, then merge and work on top of everything else. If you're someone like me who's used to working with multiple layers, more specifically layer modes, like for example, multiply, overlay, hard light, color dodge, etc., then you'll know that what those layers do is they will very much change the colors that you have underneath. And then you will have some sort of layer on top of layer on top of layer that if you remove, then you don't really know what the color is, what the actual color is. You will always have a variation of it. When painting this way, by merging everything, the colors that you have are what they are, and you have to work with that and keep going with that. And this allows me to know when something is wrong or when something can be pushed. Lastly, those edges. The one thing that I have realized differentiates one good painting from a mediocre one is how you play with hard, soft edges. As an environment artist, you're mainly dealing with hard edges all the time. You're painting walls, floors, etc. But the human form is a combination of hard and soft edges and whatever it is in between. You truly need to treat it with such delicacy because when something doesn't look right, when one edge is too hard or too soft, it can completely alter how your whole piece looks. It can make your net.
It's fine. I did the same thing. And the only reason it failed for me was because they sent me to the hospital to get stitches.
To be completely wrong and flat. And that is something that we truly want to avoid flatness. Here is where you have to apply the number one rule that every artist knows, and that is breaking down everything in simple shapes. Those circles, triangles, and cylinders you painted while learning fundamentals come really handy right now. I've realized the best option is not to keep blending constantly every single brush stroke that you add, but to actually place in a big soft shape and then carve in the hard details, or vice versa. Then color pick whatever tone you have in the middle of that and use that to keep sculpting. Always working from less to more. Always having less tones first and then adding more gradually. I've realized this is where I spend most of my time with, trying to get this right. Because as I said, if one edge is too hard or if one edge is too soft, then it simply doesn't work.
Do not call what happened a heroic save because that wasn't heroic at all. I didn't ask to be saved. Anyway, don't kill yourself because you're lonely, though, because that's the stupidest reason to want to kill yourself. You have to be okay with being with yourself.
It's always a matter of having that solid foundation, which is usually simple shapes, simple colors, and then you can gradually start incrementing your detail. Always keep in mind percentages, just like we would do, for example, in environments with composition, having, let's say, 60% shadows, and then 30% light, and then 10%.
It's good to get beaten by a broom. I hope you get beat by a broom.
Percent of highlights. That is very useful, especially when it comes to tones with values, because that is going to make your piece.
Don't attempt for stupid reasons.
Look a little bit more solidified. That is going to make it understandable from the ground. And this, of course, wouldn't be anything unless you know the anatomy, unless you know what bone is supposed to go there, what muscle is supposed to go there, so that you can know where those hard edges and where those soft edges are. If all this sounds complicated, yeah, that's exactly the reason why I never adventured myself into
Skater, fuck off.
the human form. I don't know how character designers do this so naturally, but I actually feel very proud of myself and how much I've accomplished with such little practice, you could say. I truly feel like I have improved a lot because, well, what the is this? I don't even know what the hell is going in here. Like, this is something that I tried doing in February or March of this year, so it's only been a couple months. Anyway, one thing's for sure, and that is, it doesn't matter what kind of artist you are or what kind of specialization do you have. I don't even know if I say that right. What kind of priority you have in art, painting anatomy, painting bodies, painting portraits, it's always very helpful.
It's always very helpful.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Blair, and welcome to Whose Line. If you saw Whose Line is in any way, we're doing the same thing. We've got little bits of paper that you guys wrote and tweeted out to us, and we're going to do some basic improv with basic scene words, but we have to inject these lines into some occasional places. We have no idea how this is going to go because we've never done it before. It's Ethan. Yeah, we decided that we should do this, so we're going to do this. We also like to do improv. So, are you ready?
He's not gonna kill himself.
Right. All right. Whoever's in that seat, Wade's seat, is going to decide what we're doing.
You are bakers and you're in early and you're just trying to get all the stuff ready to open the shop.
So tired, right? We gotta stop pulling these late nights. We don't want to say more for this. We get the flour. Is it sugar? Spice? Something that as far as something else. Let me look at the rest. Yeah, what does it say? What does it say?
Blueberries have feelings too, and I would be happy if you respected that.
This ship collected specimens from distant planets. Monsters. Advances Alien Earth premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Any pan-tossed, pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with 80 toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time you got
Sausage, bacon, chicken, spinach, beef, buffalo sauce.
what are you gonna get this time? Get Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone.
Fuck blueberries. Man, fuck blueberries.
You need to stop putting them in the donut.
Fuck blueberries. I'm putting them in everything.
They have feelings. When you kill them, they feel it.
That's what I like about it. I like killing things.
Specifically blueberries. I don't want to seem like I'm a murderer or anything. I like killing blueberries. I want to be very specific about that.
But
Yes, you did tell us.
it's like I can't stand the way they scream. I know.
You know what they say to me in the darkest of nights when I'm stabbing them and they're screaming at me? You know what they say? Frickety frack. The snick sack is back. The snick sack is back. No, I'm coming for the blueberries. It's me. I'm the snick sack. You know why I was doing those late nights? I was sticking. I was stacking. No, blueberries. Oh, I'm more than the blueberries. You think the world is just about blueberries?
I thought it was about her tongue.
So naive. That's the hardest world to do.
Right now I'm watching Whose Line by Markiplier.
Or, you're right. Sharks are not supposed to fall from the sky.
Who are you to tell the snake snap what he and she cannot do? That's right, Emble. Hey! Don't you dare tell me sharks can't fall from the sky. I started this donut shop. I bought the first flower.
And the snake.
Blueberries one. Never in the shop.
Did you ever read the shop slogan?
That's in post.
Yes, we do.
Welcome to your own Natalis.
It's a wonderful phrase.
You telling me I need to open my own donut shop and not make blueberries? Or that I'm supposed to?
It's one of those open interpretation slogans, I wanted it to inspire people or something like that. Like I said, I don't want to kill anybody but blueberries. I made that very clear in the beginning of this. I'm not a murderer.
I am. No, I say before I kill.
What?
My mom would make some weird sounds at night.
Oh, that's sex.
Are you having sex with my mom?
God, no. I literally just kill blueberries. I don't do anything else wrong. The snake snack is really not that bad a villain. It's kind of fun at night. I do not. No.
Who was bullying my mom?
Probably your dad. If I had to guess.
He's alive?
And see.
Bar joint. He's the bartender you know really well. You guys are like really good friends.
Yeah, they're my childhood too.
So, Bobby, you'll have the usual afternoon. Make it a double. Yeah. Getting fired tomorrow. Oh, sorry to hear that. Why did that happen? Well, I may have groped my boss's daughter. Look, that is a lot worse than I thought you were gonna say. I don't know if she's his daughter, right? But her last name's the same. And when I got to the house, his car was there. So I was like, maybe I should bail on this. Maybe you should have bailed on that. Anyway, I'm pretty sure he's going to be pissed about it. Yeah. You might get fired, but you might also get killed. Yeah. That's a possibility. I mean, I don't know if he saw me. Like, we walked up, I ran when I realized it was his car, but he yelled out the front door, like, as I was running away. Yeah. Go outside and talk to a tree. Make friends with the tree. There's nothing wrong with having a tree as a friend. It seems like a ridiculous thing to say for, maybe he was trying to take away from his daughter, be friends with a tree, not my daughter, kind of thing. Startling scared me off. And it could go, it could go either way. Maybe he was just trying to be encouraging and he was sad he was leaving. I could be optimistic. Yeah, maybe he shot at you then. His daughter constantly. Right? It's possible. Yeah, he wanted you to be friends with the trees. I was in a similar scenario one time, and I was fraternizing with my friend's daughter, and he told me, she make my cheese melt just like my heart. He said that to me. Your friend said that to you? Yeah, he must have been all out of sorts if you're fraternizing with his daughter. How old is his daughter? Maybe it's a cultural thing. Maybe I didn't do anything wrong. I mean, both of us went the same way, apparently. I don't know what happened. I know, he wanted you to be with the trees, he wanted me to be with the cheese. Look, I blame public schools, okay? It's not my fault. She's attractive, and God, my job sucks. And what am I supposed to do? You know what my health teacher told me about sex? This is how backwards public education is. This is the real issue here. My sex ed class was just a health teacher just marched in front of the class and just put on a video. And when it finished, she just went, I have a lovely bunch of coconuts. And walked out, and that was it. What am I supposed to, I don't know how to interact with girls. She? God, yeah. That's what I thought. I guess every time, those coconuts. Yeah, Mrs. Johnson, she was old, but, you could tell. You could tell. She had experience. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, you're burying your dog. I'm actually digging a hole. Nephew, lots of things die.
Buddy, what's happening to me? It's Mom. If you're me and I'm you, then who is that? I'm Grandma, sweetheart. Oh, the crap is there. My wedding is in 36 hours.
It was a dumb dog. It wasn't. He was a great dog. Fido was a great dog. Fido maybe drunk a little bit. Fido was a little bit of a. That's because you gave him the alcohol.
Apollo, no one cares. You're just reminding him of how much better he is than I am.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he was yelling all the time. Decided to give him a little nip. But, you know, it's okay. It's a learning experience. What the? I was like, that was just a problem. Oh, okay. I thought you could fight. I've been drinking a lot. I could tell him fighting Biker. Thanks for pronouncing my original name. I love to drink too. Hey, you're a Biker Miker too, you know. You're one of the family, and I'm here to help you.
You don't have to go. I'm not saying nobody cares about you. I'm saying nobody cares about what you have to say about Skater because you always talk about Skater. And I get it. He's just better than me. It's just the way it is. I don't fucking care. Fuck you, bitch.
You want a nip? I don't know what that means. Thank you. That's strange. You know, your uncle's a strange man. You are. Oh, man. You remember what Fido used to say to me long ago? You were the only one who ever talked to me. Yeah, that weird power I have to talk to dogs. Doesn't come in handy. Otherwise, I had to shut that dog up. Anyway, he used to say to me way back when, oh, man, it was just a pup. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. That fucking dog wouldn't shut. You always said that, but you know what? You wouldn't say it. Yeah, he said it. He said it. Yeah, he said it a whole bunch. Wouldn't stop saying it. Kept messing it up too. Kept saying it over and over again. Fuck you, Fido. Mom told me she couldn't be here. She had to work, but she told me to say a few words to Fido, and she wrote down what she wanted to say. So before we move on, let me just say what she wanted to get out. Oh, Mom, talking. She said. I'm sorry, just really how you're I can understand that. I don't. She said, on a scale from 1 to America, how free are you tonight? You're very free, Fido. Beautiful. You're so free now. Beautiful. Beautiful. I know you always wanted to be whatever Markiplier said. It's a puppy. Fido. It's okay. He's all the way to America. Love that stereo. It's pretty free. That is pretty good. No, you can't. Not what gets me in jail. Not like you can't go back. I will tell this time. It's okay. You're hurting a bit. I can tell you. But before you drink, remember my old drinking song? Please remind me.
That minion is staring at Markiplier's ass.
Blowing up dogs, blowing them down and down and back. Put the TNT in the frame. Was the wire over here? Drink up to Billy. Here we fucking go. Oh, his head's still there. Wow, that's neat. I've never seen that. I think he just said his name was Markiplier. I shut the fuck up, you little dog. Is that the little way you married a little biker? Yes, that's the biker way. See, I always thought, I love blowing up dogs. I love blowing up biker. You forgot one thing. What? Our family motto. Before we sing the family song, we have to say the family motto together. The family motto is, please don't go in the basement. Blowing up dogs, won't go down to the basement. So anyway, that was whose line, which is like unrepentantly stone line. I don't know, it's not influence, because I thought we were gonna play some okay. So that was whose line. This is the first improv thing that we've actually done. I mean, the don't laugh thing is kind of improv. We're improvising what we do, but this is the first like structure.
This one's for y'all.
Hi there, I'm Hana Q, your local digital artist. And it has been over a year since my last Drawing Your OC video. Mostly, I've been busy making VTuber.
Hi, hello, food drawers. How's it going? Today we're reading more.
Chewy has savory favorites, a gravy masterpiece, delicious options for fancy feasts.
I love loving.
Break up with build up. It's time for a fresh start with Odell. Wash away impurities with clarifying shampoo.
Hi, hello, food drawers. How's it going? Today we're reading more Reddit stories by artists, about artists, because artists be going through some stuff. Last time, a lot of people really disagreed with my take on one of the stories, which is fine. You're totally allowed to have different feelings about it than I do. So we'll see how it goes today. So make some tea, draw along, eat along, and let's get into these stories. First story. Am I the a-hole for refusing to share my painting stuff with a friend? I, 15 female, live in an apartment complex kind of thing. We have next door neighbors who are really close to the family. The neighbors have a daughter, 15 female, who goes to the same school as me and is a sort of good friend. This daughter, let's call her S, and I attend online art classes. The thing is, S is very casual about art and doesn't really take it seriously. As a result, most of her sessions are spent playing with paint and such. We both attend these classes from my home because entering the Zoom meetings is easier from one singular device. Also, it is quite a lot of fun when we draw together, and I like S a lot. We get along pretty well. So last week, during one such class, our teacher decides to give us free rein and allows us to draw, sketch, paint, whatever we want to. I opted to sketch a thing I'd seen somewhere while S decided to paint. But unfortunately, S has forgotten her brushes at her place. This caused her to ask me for one of mine, and here's where I might have been an a-hole. I refused. Well, I did have my reasons. See, I had once before also shared my brushes with her, and there was this irritating thing brushes.
I just want to let everyone know.
Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I typically feel pretty awesome about my own art. With stuff like posing, character acting, character design, I feel like I bring something to the table. When I'm in the zone while drawing characters, I'm a problem solver. I'm an innovator. I'm so fast. I'm on fire. Even if a drawing third.
Hello, everybody. This is Mari, and you're watching Mari Bob. And so,
No matter how you stack it,
Welcome back,
trust Galvani, the mozzarella experts.
Life is full of twists and turns, but Safe Credit Union is here for those bright moments and those rainy days, helping, listening, and supporting you every step of the way. Safe Credit Union for what's next.
Okay. All right. As a teen, I would spend hours scrolling through Pinterest looking for references, inspiration from like cool outfits, cool characters. I wanted to like make cool characters, so I looked for funny hats and funny helmets and shoes and jackets and whatever, you know. But I realized as I grew up that I spent a lot of time just scrolling through Pinterest instead of drawing. I'd spend a lot of time just doing that instead of drawing. You know, nowadays I'm an adult, and that means I have to sort my time and prioritize the more important things in my life so that I can get those done, like going to work, making food, playing video games, skating with the boys in 2025. That's cringe, bro. The point is, by the time I sit down to draw, I don't feel like doing it, and I'm too tired. I'd rather go to sleep than actually sit down and lift my Generation 1 Apple Pencil, put it to the screen, and start drawing something. I'd rather play a video game. I'd rather do anything else than draw, is what I'm saying. I'm not tired. I'm so tired that I don't want to do anything. However, I don't want to give up my super cherished, super awesome, cool hobby because I don't have time. I would like to keep this hobby and this skill. It will go away if I don't draw. So I gotta draw. That's why I came up with this super original idea that no one else has ever thought of. I will be using Pinterest as a source of reference instead of a little doom scrolling machine that I spend and waste all my time on. Specifically, I will be refreshing the page. I'll be swiping down, refreshing the page. The first four or so things that I see, I will be drawing, and I won't think of anything else. So no other references, just those four things. Okay? It's like a Pinterest roulette. Now, here's some rules. Okay? I have to pick at least 3 things. I cannot refresh again until I have drawn these things that I've been given by Pinterest. I have to draw until my eyes hurt, and also I will be using random brushes because I gotta be creative. I can't just stick to the same old, you know. And that's the challenge rules, because this is a YouTube challenge video in 2025, the big 2-5. When we're still doing YouTube challenges, right? You see that? Please say yes. Okay, I will be refreshing it. Okay, the first thing that my eyes have been drawn to is this huge back, this beautifully big back. Maybe I should put that on the screen instead. It's a big back. It's muscular. I like muscles. I like muscles. What can I say? And then there's also the short hair of that blonde doll, and then also the 3 outfits of the Japanese schoolgirl dolls. I don't know, because it's pretty, because that's pretty and it's cute. All right, I want to do that right off the bat. I'm really worried that this drawing won't be going well because it's my warm-up drawing. It's my first one that I've ever done in this session, so I might just look really bad. That was my worry going into this, but it could be justified because it could just mean that the next one is going to look better because I took the time to warm up with this first drawing. So if that happened, I would be okay with it. So I didn't have that big of expectations going into this first drawing. That being said, the back looks pretty good. It looks pretty good for a warm-up, right? It actually reminds me of this one guy's art style. What's his name? Color Reaper on Instagram. Well, I can't find the exact drawing that I did, but there was. I feel like there was a sketch of a back that he did that looked almost identical to what I just put on this canvas here. I thought they looked almost identical. Although now looking at his page, I remember that he's a professional and it actually looks amazing. I will be using Procreate as well. I forgot to mention that I'm using Procreate right now. I'm using the brush 6B compressed, and it looks like it's a charcoal pencil basically. It looks really, really cool so far. This just reminds me of when I first got my iPad and I would draw with the pencil brushes because that's all I could really fathom was the pencil brushes. So I'd always draw with those. I did struggle with this pose here on the main schoolgirl combatant. Eventually I picked something that was amazing actually. I love triangles. That's right now. And every once in a while, I will come back to how much I do love triangles. I really do like rectangles as well. But right in this piece, you can see how much I do like triangles because she's just one big walking pyramid. Even her skirt and like her bow tie, well, not her bow tie, but everything else about her hair, her shoulders, which is an insane slouch, kind of like what I have going on right now. Posture check. You're breathing manually. I love the hatching. I love all the hatching. I forgot how much I love just adding lines to stuff, man. If I was paid $5 an hour, I would just sit down and draw lines on a piece of paper. I would just do that because I love it so much. It's so satisfying. I think the composition is actually really good. Hey. Good job, me. Good job, me. I really ended up getting lost in the sauce, right? You know, I got nostalgic over this piece. I forgot that I was supposed to be drawing more drawings after this, so I kind of spent a little more. I think spent like an hour and a half on this one. Totally worth it. Love it. I think we're off on a strong start. Very cool. Very awesome. I love drawing. I love drawing so much. I did such a great job. Oh, I did such a great Okay, the next one that I have here, we'll refresh again. All right. I like the doll. I like the swimsuits. Love the swimsuits and these shoes. I like how bubbly they are. I love the bubbles and the circles on them. So we're gonna be drawing those now. It's the next. Those are the references for the next one. And we're gonna draw that right now. I'm using the gel pen brush on Procreate. Very cool. Very awesome. One thing I really liked was that doll's outfit. I love that sweater. It's that fluffy sweater, the soft sweater that kind of like folds over right on the shoulders. That's really I find that to be very cute. It's a very cute outfit. So I wanted to draw that. Although looking here, I realized I just tried copying the doll and putting it onto my canvas. So I mean, I was kind of lazy. I was kind of lazy there. I do like, however, I got the triangle for the swimsuit lady. She's wearing her cool Nike kicks, and she's I guess going to serve a volleyball. Maybe she's playing beach volleyball. I don't know what's going on. I did get bored of this piece very quick, so I just started doodling. I did a bunch of weird circle doodles, line doodles, and stuff like that. So, I mean, if anything, this one looks like a warm-up drawing, and the one before this looks like the drawing I was warming up for. So that's kind of funny. That one quite quick. That was I spent like 10 minutes on the other one. this one, however, this next one took a little bit longer, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why this one took a little longer. Okay. Hey, we'll refresh again, and this is what I pulled right here. Basically, I got this very cool doll with a very cool hat and hair, and then I forget this guy's name. He's an actor. He's Hannibal, the cannibal guy. Then I have this white jacket fellow. All those three were the first ones I saw. Those were the ones that I wanted to draw. And so what I did was I only drew 2 of them. I decided, what if I picked the worst brush in all of Procreate called the Wedge Tail, and I just, tried to draw 2 of them in a very boring scene. What if I did that? What if I did that? Wouldn't that be so fun? Wouldn't it be so productive and awesome? This was the 3rd drawing. I was getting pretty tired at this point. It's already 3 drawings in, and I'm already losing my footing. Almost immediately, I noticed with the wedge tail that there's a bunch of white splotches, and I can't just draw over those white splotches again. They're just like they're permanent, not permanent, but they're like mandatory, like they're supposed to be there. And I kind of got annoyed with it. So what I did was I made the brush super big, and I think I made 1 stroke, and I realized it's just a texture imposed on the canvas that the brush reveals by making strokes on it. So what that is that's stupid. So what that is dumb and bad. I don't know who made that brush, but I don't know what to tell you, man. The wedge tail, bad brush. Never use it. In fact, if you have it on your Procreate app, delete it or modify it heavily so it doesn't have to do that. I don't know. Make a new texture. Anything else is better than this thing. I really wanted to try to build a scene with the cracked glass. Like I just wanted to take this the guy that's looking into the mirror and make that the scene with the girl and the guy in the jacket. But I was so distracted by this dumb little brush that I just ended up making an extremely boring and safe and static and whatever drawing. It's not even a drawing. It's not even a sketch. It's hardly a doodle. What it is a brain fart. That's what that is. Right now I'm still upset over this drawing. Really bad. So naturally, what I did was I tried again.
Pop-Tarts Blue Raspberry? That's fantastic.
Pop-Tarts, eat ours, watch theirs.
Stop dreaming, start cooking. Your next trip is just a deal away on Priceline.
You hear? Just like Harvey Firestone did over 100 years ago. You hear for them.
I did it a second time because I was like, no way. These 3 references, I really like them. I believe in the potential of these references, and I wanted to make something good. So I restarted. I tried it again because no way that brush was going to get the better of me. I'm gonna beat that brush, and to do that, I'm going to use a different brush, the monoline brush. I'm kissing it. It's so beautiful. It's an amazing, great brush. It's a solid, very uniform line. I don't know what it's called, but like when you draw, it just kind of swoops better. It's like programmed so that it makes swoops more swoopy. I don't know what it's called, man. I just draw. I just use the thing, man. It just felt great to use. It just felt amazing to use, and it looked good too. In fact, it looked so good with solid blacks that I decided to make the piece a little darker. And as the piece evolved, and I kept going with it, I kind of ran into a little problem. You see, it looked great. Don't get me wrong. The blacks look awesome. The problem is, though, is that the composition got a little. I kind of lost the original composition. You see, this lady, the lady in the center, she's wearing black clothes on a white background. She would stand out. I unintentionally complicated things by making the foreground frame all black as well, or like mostly black. So a big chunk of this piece is now black, with her being black as well. Now what I have to do is to figure out how would I make it so she stood out still, because right next to her is a guy in a white jacket on a white background, and they're surrounded by a big white background, a bigger white background. And our eyes are super lazy, right? So the first thing that they're going to catch on to is the negative space. And if that negative space happens to be white, then they're going to look at that. So the negative space in this drawing is white, which means they're looking at the jacket guy. You're looking at the jacket guy, not the lead, which is a problem because you're not supposed to look at the jacket guy, you're supposed to look at the lead. What I end up doing is trying to draw a bunch of lines on him. I draw a bunch of lines on the jacket guy, I drop a drawing in the background, and I kind of just gave up. I kind of lost my momentum for the composition. It's very noisy. It's drawing your eyes in several different ways, in several different directions. It wants you to look here, wants you to look there, wants you to look all over the place. So you can't. It's really stressful to look at. Almost. It's not quite a smooth ride for your eyes. So in order to fix that, I tried to make it so that there was less white negative space, and make it so that the black negative space would stand out a little bit more. Which means that I would just be drawing lines. I drew lines all over the place to make the guy full of lines, and then I took that back, and then I made the background full of lines, and I was like, yeah, that's good enough. I did eliminate the white negative space for the most part. The only other problem is that there is a face on the top right. There's a face on the top right that kind of steals the show, really, because now that we're not looking at negative spaces, we are now going to be looking at the face. That's arguably a stronger, more attention-grabbing piece of the composition, because our eyes are always going to look at faces too, because we're humans. So it's like white spaces and humans, or white spaces and human faces are what we're going to look at all the time. If I could redo this drawing, which I totally could, I just don't want to because I'm a little lazy little guy, I would swap the colors of the little guy in the white robe. I'd make the girl in the black clothes have white clothes, and the guy in the white clothes have black clothes. And then I would also just get rid of the face, and then this would probably be a really good drawing. All things considered, pretty good attempt, pretty good. I'd be interested to hear what you guys have to say in the comments. Rate these drawings 1 out of 10. Has this been paused the entire time? Did the entire thing play already? There's no way. Well, if it did, you're going to be watching it again. All right, the next spin of the Pinterest roulette board is I have this. Love the spike helmet. Love the broken nose on this very hot model guy. That's very cool. Also, who doesn't like a cool jacket? Love cool jackets. For this piece, I will be using the shale brush, which I don't think I've ever used before. I just made it really small, and it looked kind of like a pencil. So that makes me draw 100 times better already. Fun fact about me: what I really like, I really like weird perspectives. I also really like it when I don't plan the perspectives out, because that means I can just make the thing look weird. I can make the drawing look very weird and unnatural. When that's executed poorly, it just looks amateurish. When it's not, it looks very awesome. In this case, I just didn't feel like putting perspective lines in, so that'll come back to bite me in like 5 seconds. I started out with these really cool squares because, like I said, I love me some rectangles as well. Love shapes. I have a lust for rectangles and triangles. This black little character. No, this is this guy in the black jacket, spiky head guy. I originally drew him on the wrong perspective because I didn't plan it out. I forgot. I got a little distracted with how to make him look instead of how to plan out his perspective. So his perspective is wrong. There isn't too much to say about this piece, right? Like all I had to do was match the perspectives, match the aura for both the characters, and of course, in every good drawing, you make a lot of details, you make a lot of folds on your clothes, and then you immediately afterwards just color fill it to be all black, a solid color, and so you just don't see all those folds that you worked in my case, 2 minutes on, but other times it's more tragic. Sixth drawing. What do we got? I should mention that this is also probably, I think this is around the 4-hour mark of this drawing session, and I'm starting to feel some pain in my upper back and also neck because I draw like this. I'm like, that's how I draw. So I cramp up. I tense everything in my back. It's like a workout, basically. I look like a weirdo when I draw. It's pretty funny. What I'm just trying to say is I'm getting tired. Okay, I'm getting really tired. I don't want to draw anymore because it's been how many drawings? Been like 3 or what are we on? We're drawing number 6. I definitely don't want to be drawing at this point. Way too many drawings in a row. What I'm trying to say is once I refreshed again and I saw this is my poll. Not much to go off of. They're so different. You got a muscular guy, you got a female knight, you got a pretty face, and you got a pretty doll, right? There's like a couple of categories that boys' childhoods fall into. There's you got dinosaurs, you got space, you got race cars, you got tractors, you got cowboys, pirates, and then you have knights and castles and whatever comes with that. And I was a knights and castles boy. I love armor. I love the swords. I love it when there's a wizard. I love it when there's a dragon. I love the castles. Whatever. Point is, I wanted to draw this lady here, with her very cool Swayanda. So I did, and while I was doing that, I thought, what if I did a very painterly rendition? 6 drawings in. What if 6 drawings in, I decided to do a painting? What if I did that? What if I did that? Well, I didn't do that. In fact, what I did was I made the thick brush a little smaller, and then as I was drawing it, it just sucked. It just sucks. This drawing only took me 10 minutes, and I don't like it, and I didn't like drawing it. I was really sad and disappointed because I love night so much. I wanted to make a cool night. I just kind of I phoned it in. I phoned it in real bad. I'm sorry. We can move on. I don't like this drawing. I don't like this one. Next thing that I got was this. I could care less for the race car or the glass. I didn't want to do glass again. Also, I didn't want to draw that jock guy. So really, what I landed on was the pilot dudes and the 3Q outfits here. They're very cute. I like them a lot. They're very nice outfits. Also, the hair is very cool. Like that cool I say about conventionally beautiful hair. Just say beautiful. Just say pretty. Now, you might be wondering, where are the pilots? Well, you said you were taking the pilots for reference. I just used the composition. I just used the triangle composition there. Is it super triangular? I mean, technically it is. Again, I wanted to make it kind of like a painting.
I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough.
So it's book your next hotel. If you don't book it the same.
So it's resort.
Sweet. Vacation home.
Christina Ladd posted at McDonald's, thinking about how I never had a snack wrap, and I am devastated. I tasted the snack wrap for the very first time. Ranch, spicy.
With Chewy, shop everything for their bowl. That fast. Or the beach.
Unfortunately, it didn't get painting like. If that makes sense. I could only hope that I get this right or get it look nice enough, and it does. You know, it's kind of a mood. My mom called it a more impressionist. She said it was more of an impressionist thing. It had more of an impressionist vibe. That's kind of nice that she said that. Thank you, Mom. My thoughts on this? It's all right. Okay, this is the last drawing. This is what I got. This is what I got for that. I got the face. I got the muscles. I love me some muscles, especially when it's Arnie. Love Arnie. I got these buildings. That's what I wanted. I like these ones. I was very disappointed with what the previous 2 pieces turned out to be. I was not very happy. There's kind of a combination of brushes that I never use and mediums that I never create and I don't paint ever. So I was feeling super sad. Not to mention, this is also 4 or 5 hours into drawings. So I was kind of getting a little tired, a little bummed. I need something to cheer me up. Which is why I broke out my favorite brush in all of Procreate, the brush pen. Beautiful, perfect. If perfection had a name, first name brush, last name pen. It's beautiful. It's my favorite brush. It's awesome. Let me show you what I can do.
He's working out, try.
outfits and they hate them, but they love Gabe, so fun. Charlie does play the piano, but as the story progresses, I think his management wanted to focus on him singing more and more, especially since him and Ophelia begin to date for publicity, so a fake relationship. Management wants to put them together in the public eye as much as possible, so they start performing together on stage. Charlie and Ophelia's dynamic is very enemies to lovers, and Bella and Charlie are very friends to lovers. I haven't worked out who gets feelings for who first, but as Charlie and Ophelia grow closer, I think they have something. The instrument they're playing is their voice. And as a reference, I use this Gorillaz performance with Little Dragon. Oh my god, I watched this video so many times when I was in my Gorillaz phase in like 2020. This performance, man. It's something else. I wanted to capture this energy, okay? This is probably one of my favorite illustrations I've drawn in a long time with these characters. The energy, the expressions. Ooh, this was definitely their what are we moment. Day 19 was doing something they enjoy. I knew what I wanted to do with this one pretty quickly. It's been a running thing that Bella and Charlie like to look at articles about each other together. Of course, Charlie doesn't know Bella is Ophelia, so it's mostly just Bella making fun of Charlie for whatever dumb shit he said in an interview. Charlie can really appreciate when somebody calls him out on his BS, especially when pretty much no one does it anymore since he's famous. And the fact that Bella gets kind of a kick out of it definitely makes him happy.
At Two Men and a Junk Truck, we can remove your things, so you have room to dream.
My name's Ethan. I started smoking menthol cigarettes to be just.
This is Jordan, and this year his half birthday was the.
Day 20 was with somebody they hate. Another challenging one. I feel like I've said it a million times now, but they really don't hate anyone. At least not anyone that's been created yet, if you know what I mean. I definitely have ideas for antagonists, but they're not developed at all, so I can't include them in this, especially when I'm trying to finish this. I can't design new characters. I said Ophelia and Charlie are enemies to lovers, but they don't hate each other. It's not that deep. They just butt heads. So I ended up just going with a jealousy moment. Charlie definitely gets a lot of fans, and Bella gets that, of course. She has fans of her own. But I think in certain instances, when they're together, she does get a little jealous of certain people who fawn all over him. This one has a little Easter egg. Doesn't that fan look familiar? Day 21 was meeting me. I went back and forth on whether I should have Bella and Charlie meeting my YouTube persona, but honestly, it wouldn't make sense because my YouTube persona has her own little lore that I really haven't talked about, and I'm just gonna leave it as a little mystery. It's not that important, it's just a little fun thing for me. So I went with a more realistic depiction of myself, though it's not exactly what I look like, so I don't think they'd be happy to see me at all since all of the things I put them through. Especially Charlie, yeah, he would be upset. This was the start of me starting to lose more and more steam. I was going pretty strong in the beginning, but now I'm starting to really rush through these, so yeah. Day 22, getting a gift they don't like. This prompt also includes my OC Gabe. Gabe is a thoughtful gift giver, but not a good gift giver. I think he'd go out of his way to find really weird and interesting items, but they don't always land. He gave Charlie a pair of realistic fish flip-flops and Bella a jar of gigantic gourmet pickles. And Bella hates pickles, by the way. But just because Bella and Charlie don't like their gifts doesn't mean they won't cherish them, because they love Gabe. Those flip-flops will sit in the closet and those pickles will sit on a pantry shelf, but they will never be thrown away. Day 23 was angst. Angst is kind of my go-to. I love making me some angst. It's so fun, but also sad. I knew I couldn't do a lot. I had a very limited amount of time at this point. I used up my extra time doing nothing but procrastinating, and I had to pick up the pace. I wanted to do another illustration similar to the hugging one I did, but this one didn't turn out as well as I wanted. I used this as a reference, and I think it conveys a lot of emotion. I don't know, man. I slapped the TV girl color palette and called it a day. Sorry, we're really getting into my flop era now. Day 24 was in the 80s. In the original prompt list, this one was them in Hogwarts, but I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, so I just went with something I've drawn them as in the past. I had a little 80s AU with them a while ago, which was fun, but I decided to go a little more new waves or just a little more out there, I guess, for more variety, because I could not draw Charlie in a regular suit again. I couldn't do it. I really like how Bella's turned out, but on the other hand, yeah, I don't know. Something about Charlie's just did not land, and unfortunately, I did not have time to fix it. So, moving on. Day 25 was as a superhero. I was stumped with this one. I'm not a big fan of superheroes, Marvel or DC or really anything like that. I only like Spider-Man, but with Spider-Man, it kind of entails making spider sonas for them, which I did not have the brain capacity for anymore. So I just went with Mr. and Mrs. Incredible. I know it's random, but I love The Incredibles, so can you blame me? Bella looks a little weird as a ginger. I don't think that's her color, but I do think this hairstyle, so that's a win. Mr. Incredible at the end of time, or whatever that meme is. I don't know what to say anymore. Day 26, showing off. That's a win. Mr. Incredible at the end of time, or whatever that meme is. I don't know what to say anymore. Day 26, showing off their baking skills. At first, I wanted Bella to be the better baker, but then I thought it would be funnier if Charlie was just abnormally good at baking things and Bella was just not good in the kitchen at all. Bella is so good at so many things. She needs to have this as a weakness. She has many weaknesses, don't get me wrong, but she's very good at things too. And also, it's very cute. Charlie will cook and bake things for her, which I love. That doesn't stop the fact that Bella is frustrated by his ability to make beautiful dishes. That competitiveness seeps in with this one a lot. Look at him, he's so smug. Day 27, ugly sweater. At this point, I was getting peak lazy, but I do like the effect that I was able to achieve with the layering image as clothing. I've seen this done occasionally, mostly by Jamie Hewlett. I think what he's able to achieve is a really cool effect. My version is much lazier, of course. I would like to be able to try this kind of thing again. Bella doesn't mind an ugly sweater, but Charlie eats this kind of thing up. He loves weird sweaters. Day 28 was as a mermaid. I had big ideas for this one. I mean, big ideas. But I was stumbling to the finish line at this point. I realized I needed to think about one thing, and that was getting this done. At first, I was going to make them both mermaids, but I thought it would be cuter if it was a fisherman and mermaid situation. I love that dynamic. Though this one is extremely simple, I do actually really like how it turned out. Sometimes the ones I spend the least time on end up being the ones I like the most, which is kind of annoying. Something about their expressions and the shading, I really just love it. It scratches my brain. Day 29, losing at a game. Another one I had big ideas for. Then I realized drawing a whole detailed Monopoly board to actually look like a Monopoly board would be torture at this point. So I went with checkers. Don't look too close at this checkers board. It does not make sense. This was probably the laziest drawing of them all. I apologize, though I do really like Charlie's pose. It just captures how I felt at this moment. Tag yourself, I'm Charlie. Day 30 was kissing. The second to last prompt and the last drawing, I put a lot of effort in, so you're welcome. I've drawn Bella and Charlie kissing before. I don't really know what their actual first kiss would look like or when it would happen, but this isn't real. This is just a little fantasy. Charlie is a big flirt. He talks a lot of game, but when it really comes down to it, he would get flustered by the tiniest of things that Bella does. And though Bella is shy and timid, she has a big imagination. Let's just say that. I think the journey takes a long time for them to actually figure each other out. But once they get down to it, I'm just gonna say they match each other's freak very well. I really like the way this turned out. I think the poses look a little stiff, but I couldn't dwell. I have to be happy that I could make something so polished to kind of make up for the ones that were lackluster. I do wish that this one was the last prompt because I like how it turned out a lot more than the actual last prompt, but it's okay. We keep going. Day 31, the last prompt, Halloween costumes. Oh my god. I did 31 prompts in 7 days. I started this journey on Tuesday and I ended on Monday. I have to say this was much more work than I envisioned, especially when you're trying to get each prompt to a level that feels worthy of posting. This is very quantity over quality, but one takeaway I've really had from this is it's taught me to let things go, which I struggle with a lot in my art. Sometimes I feel like I need to draw more and think less because when I sit down to draw, I don't just do it to draw anymore. I do it to finish something, which unfortunately makes me draw less because I'm thinking too much about finishing whatever I'm doing instead of just having fun and drawing. For the Halloween costume, I went with Ghostbusters because it was a uniform. I don't have to think about it, and this was the last one I did of the fashion doll route. So yeah, it was a little rough. It's not the best, but we move on. The world kept spinning. I'm really glad I got to do this fun challenge. I didn't get left out, even if I cut a lot of corners. Thank you so much for watching this video, this weird, wacky video. I hope I didn't bore you to death. I know I went through these prompts pretty fast, but like I said, I didn't have a lot to say about every single one. Would I recommend doing this? No. I would say keep your sanity. Do prompt lists at your own pace, even if you don't make it within whatever the challenge time is. Finishing something like that is amazing. Heavy-handed art challenges like this, in my opinion, can be kind of damaging to motivation and just lead to burnout. So I'd say watch me suffer, don't suffer yourself. Unless you really want to, do what you want, I don't care. If you liked this video, please like, share, and comment. Let me know which day was your favorite. I'm curious, I'm curious. Have a very happy Halloween if you celebrate. And as always, peace.
Take 50% off select home decor at Hobby Lobby. Get door bedding with style.
In previous videos, I've covered what I believe to be the basics of color theory: value, color temperature, In previous videos, I've covered what I believe to be basics of color theory: value, color temperature, cell shading. And while I intend to keep doing that for future video topics, one thing I think is really important to learning color is understanding the situational relationships between colors. I figure the best way to go about this would be to let people submit art to me to cover during streams, and then create a lesson based off of those pieces I feel would be beneficial for everyone to learn. So without further ado, here's episode 1 of Color Criticisms. The thing that's just striking me, and now her name is is bubblegum, so it's fitting, but the character is very vibrant. And like all of the colors are very vibrant. You can see right away that the values of the character are pretty similar. There's not like any regions that are super distinct, with the exception of like some of these lighter, almost pinky purple regions. But even with those, I think I would do a different shade of white, because there is so much pink going throughout the rest of this design that the lighter regions are not being broken up by something that feels like tonally different. The other thing is this blue is not being used anywhere else in the palette other than the knees and the wheels, and it's not even the same color blue. So it feels like the color palette is a little all over the place. They're all in the same 3 color families. All of the hues and saturations are just like slightly different. Looking like I kind of want to make the gloves the same color as the band. And my reason for that is actually, it goes back to Gene Kelly. He did this thing. He would wear white socks when he danced and black shoes, so that like there was the most contrast in his outfit at his feet, so that the viewer's eye would be drawn to it. And what that meant is that it was really easy for people to get kind of like drawn to his dancing. There was a younger lady he was actually training. That's how he helped her learn to dance, was he wore those socks so that it was easier for her to see his foot movements and then imitate them. Now, I don't want to change the design too much. The thing is, if this character weren't named Bubblegum, what I would do is I would use a black for this and almost go for a color palette that looks kind of like old school roller rinks, where they have like the black carpet and then like almost CMYK on them, because I think that that looks really fun. So you get in all of those tones that you're hoping to get. I feel like if you're going to use pink, you're going to want to use the same pink for the skin and for the arms, but then it really starts to get like lost, because the dress starts to get lost in the character, because then it's like not super duper killing. Oh, although one thing I'm going to do really quick, because this is like so simple, so easy, so random. I see you're trying to have these antennae be glowing. Let me teach you a very simple trick to make something look like it's glowing. Instead of having to do any real sort of like shading here, take a white that is like very, very close to yellow. Now take the actual color of yellow that the ball originally was and just outline it. And if anything comes in proximity of the glow of this yellow, so like the antenna here, and what that does is it makes it look like it is emitting light. Because if it were, it could just be softly glowing, especially if this character was in a dark environment like Muppet, but because it's like a very flat piece, like a reference image for the character, the glow is competing with a white background. So sometimes it's easier to just use the saturation of color to
Hi, Marcus, you're awake.
look like it's glowing.
I forgot
And now
you have-
from far, it's like that becomes
Early.
that's a light source. So there's this crease in the glove here, right? You could just leave the line art the exact color that it is, but if you wanted to make it clear that this crease is on the glove, you can instead use line art color of this pink anywhere the glove overlaps onto itself, and that just makes it look like it's 2 pieces of white fabric right up next to each other. It's not even shading, but like what it does is add variance to your color palette so that your lines don't feel so like unalive. They don't feel like line art. They start to feel like, I don't know, they just feel like you're containing objects within them. Similarly, I would probably do the inside of the gloves that same color. Also, the sparkles in the hair are so cute. I like them too. I actually want to keep that. The only thing I'm going to say, and again, this comes from personal bias, I do not like gradients. So what I'm probably going to do is if I'm doing anything to the hair, I'm going to grab one pieces of color and then just make it red and blue, but I will not get rid of the lighter blue, I promise. I will reuse it, I just won't do a gradient because I'm a bit of a gradient hater, I'm sorry. I find that gradients make a palette so difficult to work with for so many different mediums, and like inhibits what you can do with shading so much because you're constantly trying to basically like dance around a gradient. If I was going to use the blues for anything, I thought about almost doing it like the top is darker and then having as it gets closer to the face, it brings the face getting lighter. The one thing that's kind of tripping me up here, I think, is the line art color for the hair. So this is the line art color for the hair, right? And this is the line art color for the body. It's not to say you can't have more than one kind of line art color, but I think because the dark blue is only used in the hair, it just feels like it feels off. Like I'm trying to figure out where else in the design we can utilize it. It's not that they can't go together, but there's no separation between any of these like super saturated values. And I think that that's what's getting to me. I feel like the thing that would actually benefit this design based off of like the rhythm of the design is like to make the hair white. The sad thing is I did like the stars in the hair. I thought that was cute, but I have an idea. I have an idea to bring it back. I am a sucker for star-shaped things in everything, and I think star-shaped antenna would just be really cute. Now, if we are going for that CMYK palette that I brought up, what I might do is instead of CMYK, so instead of having black, I might use this kind of green or like this white color in its place because it is a neutral color and it'll be able to divide these very like saturated colors without making them look like they're vibrating against each other. Has anyone heard of the red ball theory in character design? Okay, so what it is in character design, if you're working for a client and they've hired you to do something, sometimes the way to make a client happy is to add something that is glaringly, obviously not very harmonious with the rest of the design, but doesn't piss you off so bad that if they didn't like it, or if they do wind up liking it, you won't like be bashing your head into a wall forever. Because what it does is most people with design sense will recognize that the red ball, so to speak, shouldn't be there. So like, for example, like literally doing it right now, I would just put like an orb, like quite literally a red ball on the design that's not colored anything else, just put it right there in the middle of the design. Usually when you're working with like corporate entities, they like to have things to say. They like to have additions and suggestions to make. And so by adding the red ball, you are giving them feedback that they can give you and say like, oh, this looks good, but can we remove that thing? And something about feeling like they contributed makes them feel good. So I always say design bigger, design a little crazier than maybe you need to go, so that when your client or whatever project you're working on knocks you back a peg and says, okay, looks good, but can we remove that thing, they get to feel like they've contributed, but you still get a design that you like because they haven't removed like the core and soul of your design. Also, just so you know, this is the same yellow that's used for the antenna. So this is, again, what I mean by like recycling colors in your palette. The more frequently you can use colors, the more you can stay locked into like a color palette of reoccurring colors, the stronger your color palette is going to feel because it feels like everything belongs and like you didn't just pick something off. And this is for designs. Paintings, sometimes picking random shit off the color picker because it looks good there is actually good, encouraged. So you have to understand that all advice I give you is highly dependent on what kind of pieces we're talking about. I like the pink, but because the pink of the glasses is such a similar shade to the pink of the skin, I feel like it's almost getting a little lost. So there's two different approaches I can see us taking here. There's one where you make the glasses literally rose tinted glasses. You make them a little lighter of a pink, almost like the color of the dress, so that it brings the tones of the hair into the tone of the skin. My other thought was having the glasses either be blue or yellow. I don't think I like the yellow, so I might go blue. I am really wondering where I can bring in that galaxy pattern though, because I quite liked it. Or maybe we just leave it with a star. Actually, I also kind of think the tail being ended in a star. Plus, it keeps the star used throughout multiple points in the design, which is fun. Honestly, to be so for real, I feel like the boots should be the same color as the dress. See, but now what's bothering me, I just wonder if like it'd be crazy to do this. See, the sleeves, it might need it. But there, I think the sleeves are doing it a bit, in my opinion. How about yellow sleeves? I could do yellow sleeves. I just feel that these two colors are too similar. They aren't vibrating because they're not super saturated. I think that because they're desaturated, it helps. So my reason for doing this is because then if there are pinks, at the very least, the pinks are of different shades as they're up against each other. But I don't know if I like that either. No, I don't. I simply do not. The only other thing I could think to do is just leave the sleeves pink, which would also be fine. Because I don't even think that looks bad. But if you were going for a more kind of like 70s, like cosmic looking character, I think the white sleeves, it reminds me of like old Star Trek. Catboy color once, to me, the wheels of it kind of get missed very easily, especially on the white background because they're not being contrasted by anything. A mid or dark blue ring in the center of each could draw attention to that, like how Critter was talking about a tap dancer. Plus, I think they'd look good if they were bigger, just at the designs, big chunky shoes. Okay, wait. So can I say something? Can I have my evil rock moment? Because I completely agree with you, Lexicog. I'm gonna like paint these and make them a little nicer looking. But like personally, I think this is where you bring back the stripe from the hair. Because there's 3 wheels and then there's the 3 colors. Now, so for the knee pads, I actually think I'm not gonna do this glowing blue. I'm gonna do the glowing yellow. And I'm gonna bring the star back again because we do love a star motif here on 4-Leaf Island. Well, okay, hold on. Let me see if I believe it when I zoom out. No, I don't. Okay, get out of here. I think the last thing for the knee pads, honestly, is I'm just going to do blue. I think the trouble is because it's right up against the white. It's like, do I like it? It looks like it's getting absorbed into the boot. Other than just literally making it yellow, like not glowing yellow, like just actually making them yellow stars, which may be the only other option we have left is bringing this yellow in. Oh, that was the answer. Okay. Like truly that was just the answer all along. Okay, that's fine. There are like many other things that you could do that you could add or take away from this color palette, but really quick, I'm gonna lay out the colors as I changed them basically and like what we did differently here versus what was done in the base. For starters, this cream color is used basically throughout the entire palette. Then the pink is the same pink that was used in the original palette, and I kept that because that is a very bubblegum color to me. Like I feel like changing that would have changed like the soul of the design, so I didn't want to take that away. This yellow is used everywhere now. It is the yellow that's on the cheeks, it's the yellow that's on the tail, it's the yellow that's on the knee pads. That just keeps kind of a harmony going with all of the design. And then this is that color. That is the blue that's used in the streak and in the wheels. Really, the thing that I'm seeing most with this design, like if I wanted to spend more time with it, is I would like this blue to be present more throughout. I don't think it's necessary per se, because I think that like it looks good still. If I was crazy, what I would do is instead of having the antenna glow yellow and the tail glow yellow, I would actually blue. So the biggest changes that I think that I made for the dress. So the dress, this is the main dress color. This is the dress crease color because that plays kind of an important role of making it look kind of like a pale pink bubblegum. And then the overall line art color, I changed from being a more purple magenta to being like kind of a dark red. Other than that, I did not change much about the color palette. I think pretty much everything unchanged otherwise. This is the color palette like broken down to its essentials. So for this specific piece, what I was thinking of, I might just like very loosely trace over because it's not about the art itself, it's about the color choices. I'm gonna do my best to keep it as close to the original art as possible, just to read out what Tanuki said about this piece specifically. They said, I'm having a hard time making the reds and purples from Muppet's original design work together, especially on finding a background color. The main focus I wanted in this is on the vibrancy of the tea, similar to how it feels in the game. The first thing I really want to nail in, and I think that I'm seeing here, one of the reasons that like Undertale's characters pop from the background so much is their use of kind of like dark backgrounds. It's not to say that's the only way that you can make colors pop, but it's like if you're trying to make a saturated color look vibrant, look like almost glowy, using black or like a very dark blue or very dark purple are pretty surefire ways to do that. The other thing that I'm seeing here too is that Muppet's arms are actually darker than the main parts of her body, and I think that will help with the contrast and kind of create like visual intrigue, but I can fix those very shortly. So the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to darken your background. I also see that you have like some like patterns and ripples here, so maybe I'll like imitate that by using a blue. Or even like going to purple, we'll see. Hold on. Honestly, I think that it looked fine as it was. The other thing I want you to see is that the tea color that you used when eyedropping is not the same. Now that's fine, because while eyedropping can be helpful for some pieces, it is good to try and train your eye to pull things out yourself. But the first thing that I saw with this is that the tea in the screenshot is a much warmer color of purple. If you wanted to make it literally just like the exact colors that Muppet's tea is in the screenshot, this is the color that it is in the screenshot, and I actually think that it goes kind of
fun with the purple that you've used here as like a highlight color. The only other thing that I might include is like almost a bluer tone. That's not quite it. But the reason that I do this is just so that even as it's a warmer color than the background, there's still some color here that's keeping it, like bringing it closer to the cool color of the background. Now I'm looking and I'm like the cooler reflectiveness is nice, but now I'm like, maybe it needs a darker tone too. Okay, I do want to grab the arm color, and it looks like those are like kind of a dark purple, because that wasn't like majorly important, but I do think that it'll help really solidify Muppet's design. The final thing that I'm seeing here is like this outline color. And I feel like we could do something with it because as it is now, I don't know if it suits the darker background as much. And I think the answer is actually to make a saturated color palette, you have to use some of the saturated colors. Like you cannot only have super saturated colors or else like your midtones will look like everything will just vibrate against each other. So one of the things that I'm looking at here with the outline color, so the thing that you start to see when you have a dark background, I think that you don't necessarily need this like light outline. So I'm going to like just test to see if that's correct. When you have a dark background with a character that's a little lighter, it means that the character kind of stands out against the background a little more, which is what I was seeing Undertale do here. So when things get farther away from the viewer, like they get farther into the environment, away from the subject of the piece. And in this instance, the subject of the piece is Muppet. They tend to get closer to the color of the environment. And in most instances, like when you're outside, the color of your environment is blue, or if it's sunset, it's orange. But because the color of Undertale's environment is underground and black is usually used as the background color for those environments, that means that when something gets farther away from the viewer, it's going to get darker, which is why I find that it helps to not only help make a character pop, to make them like just their normal flat colors, but also when things get farther away, you can have them almost kind of like vanish into the background by making them turn darker, go closer to black. And what I'm thinking is one of the best things you can do for the consistency of color palette is recycle colors. Let's say there was something else that was like this color blue. Actually, a really good example of this is that in Muppet's base color palette, the color of her face is the same as the color of her teapot. Changing that in the piece, there's nothing wrong with that. Though, actually, I would love to bring this teal back somewhere else in the piece, possibly in the form of like spider webs. I feel like you could do something really fun with that. And what you could even do is, with this example of what I'm about to show, you could use this lighter color for foreground spider webs, and then this darker color for background spider webs. But the first thing before we do any of that anyways, I am going to grab the background colors and I'm going to make a new layer, and I'm going to have the T kind of like, and the other important thing is this purple that I'm using now, it's like an opacity trick but on flats. You're literally just taking a darker or more saturated version of the color to make it look like it's going farther back into the environment. To my point, this color that I'm using, the purple, is the color of the line art that Tanuki used in the original piece. So it's recycling the line art color while still being a darker purple and helping Muppet stand out from her background. I really think the use of purple line art was clever too, because Muppet herself, like that is like her soul color. And it's like little color uses like that I think really make a piece like fun. Like you can tell that the person likes and cares about the thing that they're doing. But anyway, as you can see here, what happens with this purple value, because it's darker than the kind of foreground highlighted purple, is it just makes everything in the foreground kind of come forward a bit. By creating a background, it like allows for foreground elements to feel more close to the screen. You could almost make it a little darker, but I'll play with it, I'll see. So the reds, the first thing that I'm seeing is actually just that you didn't push the shading enough with actually in general, the shading of Muppet here, it's not bad. It's just, for the environment, it doesn't look adjusted to the other colors that you have going. I think using this purple as a base, like a starting color, is not a bad thing. But this here, honestly, could come closer to purple. We're going to try that. The original Muppets outfit colors are this, which is pretty orange. Now that I'm looking at it, that's more saturated. I wonder if there's a way to grab something that's like right in between. And then if you were going to shade, going down more into like, would you go more into a purple? That seems like it would be like environmentally correct, but I'm actually not sure if I would do that because she is also in like kind of a dark environment. Ooh, but not gray, not gray. It's so much easier to adjust colors when you have like a background set, I feel like. I do think we're maybe getting closer to what you were asking help for though, which is like Muppet with her base color palette with more vibrant tea color and not like kind of disappearing into the background. So I think those things have been achieved, and you weren't asking about like environmental integration because this was meant to just be like a piece. I'm assuming this was just meant to be like a piece of the character, not like any focus on the background. The other thing is there's no like actual direct light source, of course, because again, she is just kind of underground, which makes like placing any cells of color hard. So I think this can be similar, but then this darker color is going to have to be much darker. And I'm almost of the mind that like you could use the line art color that you're using for the red to shade the sleeves. And because there's not going to be a lot of really harsh light on those sleeves, you know, we don't have like any crazy light sources or anything going on here. Then what it would do is just kind of create some like nice harmony to your piece. It's not a shading with black situation, but it's more like shading with your line art color. I think you should use purple to shade. I think you should use the line art purple for the dark sections of her hair because it creates more contrast that way. And then it also brings that into the color palette. And it just like makes it so vibrant and fun. Cause like, look what happens when you do that. It kind of makes things pop a little bit. Sometimes genuinely with cell shading, like less is more, because if you have too many shadows and they don't work in tandem with each other, it can look just like variance in the coloring, which is not bad.
Quaker chew bars. Feed the imagination.
Okay, this cash out card feels a problem because you have rounded turned on.
Give me 17 cents on Bitcoin.
Everyone said go to a traditional university to get my master's, but I chose WGU. WGU puts me first. I can learn and take tests on my schedule and move through my healthcare program as quickly as I prove what I know. And as an accredited university, they meet the same standards as other schools. Only WGU programs are designed to give me the real-world skills and hands-on experience today's employees look for. Learn more at WGU.edu.
By any means. It's more just like it can stop reading as shadows. She's like flopping her head that way, so there would be some shadow. I actually feel like the shadow would actually be more like here. No, I put it there for a second. Because if she's flopping her head that way, then the shadow would be coming down the side of her head. I saw you left the outside of the red sections with the purple outline. That is okay. Like that is completely up to you. But if you wanted to make it clear that those things are red, sometimes carrying the line art color to the outside of the line art can help them. I don't know, something about the color red, it sometimes feels like it's glowing, especially in a dark background. You'll see it like in Perfect Blue. Sometimes Mima's dress is like outlined in a different color, but especially if it's pink, like they'll outline her pink dress using red, but like the rest of her body using just like the baseline art color. And I don't know what it is about like outlining something a different color. It like makes things look like they're glowing. It makes them look like much more vibrant. I think maybe because you're like drawing a distinction between that object and the others. And specifically, when we think of line art, it's like a finality note. It's like the divide between two different objects. So if the divide between two different objects is not a dark line, like almost like a shadow being cast between the two of them, and is instead a lighter color, it kind of makes the brain think like, oh, that thing's like radiant, it's glowing. Now, with Muppet's face shading, that is the one thing that I was thinking about as I was doing this. And I'm like, I feel like I'm just going to experiment. I'm going to see how I like it. I'm just going to like kind of make all of the face skin the same color for a very brief moment, and you'll see why. Muppet is blue, like she's very blue, but because the tea color is warmer, I'm almost of the mind that like it'll make her look more like she's alive and also make her look more harmonious with the like, yeah, it does. It makes her look more harmonious with the red. I'm also gonna like kind of shade her eyes to make her look like evil or just like this. Actually, wait, this is cute. This is cute. Like the like the across the face shading. The only other thing that I'm like thinking that I could do too is like there was formerly shading on Muppet's legs when it was the same as her skin color in your original piece. But what I would do is I'd probably shade those using the purple of the line art now that they're a little darker. I think the only other thing that I could really do with this if I like wanted to was use the teals for like spider webs, which is not necessary, but like I'm curious to see what it would look like. I could also do that. Hold on. So there, dupe. In the original like test that I was doing with this, I had like there be a blue gradient coming up from the bottom. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look great either, though. I honestly prefer, but this is just me because I'm like definitely more a 2D artist than like high def rendered anime art. I kind of prefer how crisp just the plain background one is. So let's do some spider webs. Let's see how that looks. I might hate it. Who knows? Might draw and be like, that looks bad. So Beep said, really struggling to make it look like it's a dark underwater cave with light filtering through without completely losing the creature and blood. I feel like the colors are wrong. Maybe I used the wrong colors for the light. I'm going to do 2 different versions because it depends what kind of water we're talking about. If this were an underwater cave in the ocean or like in salt water, the water is going to look bluer. So the light and the colors that we would use would be different. But if this were water that were like in a lake or in fresh water, the watercolors might look more green. So what that does is it changes the way that we would be doing a lot of these kind of like light pieces. But one of the things that I'm seeing here is that even though this is meant to be underwater, they colored the environment like it was still above water, which is like understandable. Like logically speaking, you don't really think of water as like having a color because water, when it's not cooled, is clear. Even so, water does cause color variance depending on like what kind of water we're talking about first and foremost, but also like where that water is and like how deep it is. It also changes variance in like the way that certain things look. That comes down to like understanding. There's a video that I wish you could find, but it was a video of like a diver taking a bunch of like kids' rain toys underwater with him as he went deeper and showing how the colors were affected by the light filtration changing the deeper the water got. Here's what I was trying to show. The deeper that these objects are brought, the color changes. I think my favorite part is that the reds and the browns, like the warm colors, they just kind of become like gray. And then the greens get more and more and more vibrant. Well, yellow just became green. The orange kind of stays visible because I can see where they were going for with this, right? Like they were trying to make it clear that this yellow was light filtering down. They were coloring their character basically like how they thought their character, how the character probably is colored typically. And they're using like black and other darker colors at the bottom to show depth. That's not wrong. The theory, it's not wrong in theory. Where it fails in execution is that they forgot to kind of color the water as an object itself, first and foremost. And secondly, they forgot that the color of the water is going to affect the color of their subject as well. Really quick, I'm just going to draw like a little guy. Because the character is like underwater, they're going to be darker because they're underwater and also the light source is above them and we're like looking up. They're going to basically be like a shadow against the light source, and this is going to help them stand out more. But if you still want to have like segments that are clear that are skin color, you can do that. You would just go for a almost purple desaturated version of the skin color. Actually, maybe it's not even purple, maybe it's gray. It's gray! It's always gray. The brown is the one that's like most interesting. It just becomes dark and you move it a little over to gray to show warmth. That's it. Now, the thing that's interesting is that the blood is probably actually going to be very similarly colored to the brown of the hair as it gets deeper. So like you could even make it kind of red closer to the surface. The other thing is, as the blood cools, it's also going to diffuse into the water, which could look something like this. Depends on how you want to do it. Grab this color, bring it like ever so slightly warmer. So the answer was literally just to go to red and make a red that is as dark as this brown is. So don't change the value, don't change like how dark it is, but change the saturation by moving your color slider, and that's how you make it look like blood. The other thing is if you want to make like a shape or like an object underwater look big, take the shape and kind of like just airbrush it around the outsides as it's getting deeper, because it's going to be affected by the light too. It's just going to be affected less. The only trouble is that this blood is getting too light over top of the dragon. So one thing you could do is you could literally just move the blood beneath the dragon. But if you weren't doing that, you could color blood black over top of the dragon to show that it's going over. That's just if you really wanted to show that it's overlapping, and I don't think it's necessary to do that. Oh, you know, the other thing that I should have done is that this shadow should get darker the closer it gets to the subject. That's the other thing. And if you want to have some of this green here, reuse the green from the boots, go down to the dragon. Actually, I wonder if this green would work as a illumination color because it's close to the color. Oh, it does. Ha! That's so funny. The pupil color is the color you can use for the illumination because it's closer to the actual color of the skin of the dragon. You know what else the pupil color is? The color of teeth underwater. Especially if the teeth are like yellowed at all. That's green, but it looks white because of the fact that the character is underwater. Some other flourishes that you can add are just specks of light, things that are floating in the water, because like any natural water source is not going to be clean enough to not have nothing in it. You can go more light and use a lighter brush and go air bubbles. Air bubbles are like a super easy way to like let someone know that something is like water. Because without them, well, you're probably dead. If you have something that catches light as it reaches near the surface, you could just change the hue. And honestly, I would make it a more saturated blue because it is still a light object. Now it's still visible. The other thing you could do is like if there's like outside the water environment stuff. Honestly, I'm still learning water myself personally. I'm pretty happy with this one.
Hey guys, it's Lily.
And Jay.
And today we're going to be doing the 15-day character drawing challenge created by Baby Carrot Art. They're a really awesome creator. I love their characters and their artwork a lot. And they made a cool character drawing challenge that me and Jade really wanted to try.
Yeah.
And we wanted to each draw a different character, but have them come from the same universe.
So we decided to draw Milo and Fern from the furry video. But for this challenge, we decided to draw them as humans because we prefer to draw humans over furries. Now let's get down to business. So first off, we made mood boards for each of the characters.
So this is Milo's mood board. It's very emo and dark and scary, just like he is. There's a lot of My Chemical Romance because he really likes My Chemical Romance, and I really like My Chemical Romance. And all these images are sourced from Pinterest. These characters are from the year 2005. Are they very historically accurate? No. But just for some backstory, they're from 2005.
This Fern mood board, it's very green and earthy, and a lot of movement because in my mind he really likes movement. And there's cookies and soup because he likes to bake and cook food. And I included the animal, the main wolf, as well as an inspiration for his weird mullet hairstyle, which they both have.
So next up, we made character sheets for each of our characters just to really nail down their humanized designs. Since Milo is a Tasmanian devil human hybrid, I chose to make him native New Zealand because that is where Tasmanian devils are from. So that's part of the information on here. We also have his birthday, likes, dislikes, favorite songs, food, drinks, stuff like that, just to get an idea of the character at a quick glance. And Milo's voice claim is Frank Iero from My Chemical Romance.
I hear it's heavy. I'm about 4'9", so when they lift the coffee, it's actually above my head, and I don't actually get to lift it. I'm just touching it.
I have many friends. I don't think kids really like me.
So his first character sheet, he's Colombian because main wolves come from Colombia, as well as Mexican and Scottish because his papa is Mexican and Scottish. His favorite foods are pan de bono, which is a cheese bread from Colombia, which I really want to eat, as well as strawberry tarts because he loves strawberries. And fun fact, his nombre fresa is strawberry in Spanish, and his voice claim is Heizo from Genshin Impact.
So, trees. They're a sleuth's best friend. My intuition tells me that something very interesting is about to happen. Let's just hope the rain hasn't washed all the clues away.
Now to get into the actual drawing challenge. Day 1, the prompt is default design. So I basically just took the same exact drawing that I did for Furry February and expanded the composition so I could show all of Milo's full human design. For his outfit, he's an emo boy. So he's wearing double layered shirts. He's got a little crop top on and black jeans and matching black Converse. He also has a little star necklace that you might notice someone else has the matching one. And since the composition was a little longer than the original one, I got to add more of his belongings. So obviously he has a guitar, but I added some CDs and a little PS2 controller, as well as a PS2 game. For this drawing and then for the rest of the challenge, I tried a new rendering style with a pencil brush on Procreate. It's HB Pencil, if anyone is curious. I really like it and I've used it before, but I tried to do a little bit more messy rendering for these. When I drew Fern fly up in the air because he's too freaking long for the page. I also drew some of his things next to him as well, like a spoon, a slice of flan cake because he likes baking, and a little tag that says his name on it. On his bag, I gave him a little Garfield keychain and a Big Bird keychain, as well as a little charm, a bead charm that says Milo. Also, for all these pieces, I did a slightly different rendering style as well. I did more line art and then did kind of watercolory, textury colors that doesn't have like that much shading. And if you're wondering what the brushes were that I used for this, I used soft ground airbrush for the line art. But for the coloring, I used a crazy brush that I got from some weird website, so you'll probably never be able to find it, but it's pretty awesome. Day 2, the prompt is old design. This one was a little tricky because I think it would work better if you have a character that you've redesigned so that they have a design that you don't use anymore, but these guys are pretty much brand spanking new, so what we did was drew them as their original furry versions. So for Milo, the original drawing that I did didn't show anything below his waist. So I was trying to think of a pose or scenario that would fit that. And I was thinking of prison. When you hold that thing in a prison, it's kind of like that Barbie movie meme that people used to do all those years ago. So Milo's in trouble. He's probably like, I don't know, got in a fight. He hasn't murdered anybody or anything like that, but he can be a bit of a rough and tumble boy now and then. So for mine, I drew Fern on like a hot sunny day, eating some ice cream and listening to some music. And I'm picturing that this is what's happening when Milo is going to prison. In the left corner, I drew his MP3 player, and you can see what song he's listening to on it. It's Crew by Fiona Apple. Just trying because Milo's in prison. And I also drew the album cover of Fiona Apple, but I made her a furry, like a husky, because she has such sparkling blue eyes. Day 3, the prompt is formal clothes. And I actually ended up changing my mind of the direction I wanted to go in for this one because initially I had thought that Milo would be uncomfortable with wearing formal clothes, but then I decided that he had to slay. I wanted to draw him slaying. So for inspiration, I looked at photo shoots of Gerard Way from MCR. Milo's kind of a vessel of me putting in all of my love for My Chemical Romance, but it was a good inspiration for a mix of formal wear with that emo vibe. So I drew Milo sitting to the side somewhere. He's twiddling his little mullet hairs. And he has a cute little rose that matches his eyes in the lapel of his vest. And I envision him maybe at an after party waiting for someone.
So for mine, I was struggling a little bit with the direction I wanted to go in, but I decided that Fern would be a model because he's so long and so skinny, and he'd be perfect for the modeling agencies in the early 2000s. I made the picture kind of look like a magazine spread, and there's word boxes behind him along with some type of words. I didn't put real words, I just put like Ibsen, Dibsen, Lorem Ibsen. And I picture afterwards he goes to some after party of some sort. It's so weird.
Day 4. The prompt is school uniform. So in this prompt, we decided that Milo and Fern went to high school together. So I made this quick little school uniform design, which was very much inspired by the Warren High School Post Club school uniforms, because in my mind, that's just like the iconic school uniform. So Milo's clothes are all torn up, beat up. He's definitely getting dress coded by the second every day at school because he's a bad boy. And his hair is a lot shorter here because I imagine that for a long time he had a bowl cut, but at some point he shaved it bald. So this is the aftermath of that because I did not want to draw his bald head showing where human ears would go on his head. Meanwhile, he has animal ears on the top. It gets tricky. Also for this one, I wanted to do a background in the perspective. It was killing me. So don't look too closely. But I don't know, I think it has a nice vibe to it.
So for mine, I drew Fern sitting at his desk in the back of the classroom with the window behind him, looking all anime. I drew him eating his lunch, which is a croissant because he made it and he likes croissants, as well as that water bottle that I always remember from the early 2000s. Also, a little notebook with stickers on it, like a butterfly and a freaky smiley face. And he's waving to someone who just walked in the classroom. I wonder who that is.
Sorry, hello.
And for the perspective of the desk, I actually used this weird website that I've used before for that trying principles or something, where you just like search objects and you can place the 3D objects in the position that you desire. I think it's very helpful. So if anyone needs some help with certain perspective things, go to this website.
Windex saw my Stray Away video and decided to challenge my thoughts. It's not tripping at all.
But want to see what I drew?
Definitely no streaks on this one.
Windex.
SC Johnson. No matter how you slice it, trust Galvani, the mozzarella experts.
Stop dreaming, start cooking. Your next trip is just a deal away on Priceline.
Look how beautiful it is.
Turn it up.
This crazy.
You provide it all. You faced every challenge head on. It feels like your home is taken care of. And
I said no, look what I drew.
it is. It feels like video.
Day 5, the prompt was pajamas. And for this, I wanted to draw Milo as a chibi. I think in this moment is pretty rare because I imagine Milo is the type of guy who kind of just like comes home and goes straight to bed wearing his stupid, stinky clothes and still has the makeup on. But here,
He has his pajamas on, he's taking his makeup off, and he's wearing glasses. Because guys, get this. Milo needs glasses, but he hates wearing them. He wears contacts. But he's secretly
right? It's amazing.
and he's sitting on a beanbag chair.
I'm so
and he's
proud
got
of
a little Maru plushie behind him because he's like Maru. It's just him. And his fake Fern is texting him goodnight in that way that people spoke in early 2000s. Did people really speak like that? Yes. If you were alive. I mean, I was alive, but I was like, Google Gaga. But if you were like a conscious human in 2005, tell me if you spoke like this. Oh, and I drew his little anime mullet braided into 2 braids because I thought that'd be a cute thing to do with his weird hairstyle. Superman and you frittering, chilling on his bed, reading a book, which later you will see is The Last Unicorn. God, I love The Last Unicorn. He has a little headband on, he's pushing his bangs back, which Milo had on as well. He has a little stuffed animal buddies next to him, a little lab dog, and
I'll take a drawing
kitty.
for now.
I love Tan Hello Kitty. And on his wall, I put a poster of Dolly Parton because he loves Dolly Parton, and I made her a doggy because I was like, she has to be a Camino Momomi. She's available in as well. And beside her is a little Polaroid of Fern giving Milo a kiss on the cheek. Also, guys, I forgot his tail. And I'm sad about it. Day 6, we actually changed the prompt for this one. The original prompt was Fursona, but we had already drawn these characters as furries because they were born as furries. So we ended up doing Pony-sona. So I decided that Milo would be a unicorn because he plays a guitar, and I was like, how on earth is a pony playing a guitar with their hooves? So, with his tongue? Oh, yeah. So he has a little horn that he can use to play the guitar. I made him pink and black to match his human color scheme. And his name is Midnight Melody. I liked it because it sounded emo, but it also starts with the same 2 letters as Milo, so it still has a bit of a connection. For this drawing in particular, we used the same layout that we did for our pony designs in our last video.
I have never seen it, so I wouldn't know.
So
And also, stop making that joke. It's horrible.
Because I thought that suited him best. I feel like you see a lot of Earth ponies making food, like Pinkie Pie, Applejack, Mr. and Mrs. Cake. Yeah, speaking of Mr. and Mrs. Cake, later on you will see that his cutie mark is a carrot cake, which Mr. Cake from the Cake household, his cutie mark is also a carrot cake, but it's so ugly and does not look like a carrot cake, so I had to make it cute and better. Also, his name is Sunny Fern, and I was kind of struggling with coming up with a name for him, but Billy helped me come up with a name. And he's one of those real skinny, tall ponies, like Fleur-de-Lis or Baby Fluttershy. So for day 7, the prompt is as a kid/adult. So basically, I think it would be if your character's a kid, draw them as an adult, and if your character's an adult, draw them as a kid. So Milo is an adult, so I had to draw him as a Goo Gaga baby. And Jade had a brilliant idea to make a illustration based off of one of our own baby photos. I picked out this one of me and my dad on Halloween. My dad was dressed as a prisoner, and in this photo, I'm wearing his prisoner hat. So I thought it'd be kind of a cute picture to do with Milo and his dad. So when drawing Milo's father, I was inspired by Dave Gahan from Depeche Mode. Circa like the 90s, I think he had this long hair goatee look, which I really like. But then as I was drawing him, he was also reminding me of Dave Grohl from Nirvana. So I was like, okay, this guy's name has got to be Dave because he's looking like 2 different Daves. So this is Dave, Milo's dad. So for mine, I drew Fern with his mommy, and I referenced this picture of me and my dad. I don't know why we're in front of these terrible clown pictures. I'm thinking that
might have been in my Nana's house because she collected weird things like this and she liked clowns. I was not going to draw those clowns, so I changed the background instead. It is now what I'm picturing as a friend Abuela's house, and it's in my mind 70s looking. I made friend's hair a darker brown black color because a fun fact that I learned was that when maned wolves are born, they are born black or brown.
Next up, day 8, the prompt is at the beach / swimwear. So as I wrote in his character sheet, Milo does not like the sun. So I drew him cowering beneath a beach umbrella in his little swimming getup t-shirt over like a tank top and some swimming shorts. I gave him a butterfly tattoo on his arm, which represents his mommy who passed away when he was a child. Oh, and also, this was actually the first time I realized that Tasmanian devils have tails. For some reason, I was imagining them as short, stumpy tails that you wouldn't see from a front angle, so I literally never drew it until I looked at a Tasmanian devil, and they have pretty significant tails. So I gave him a little tail behind him that's dripping like he jumped in the water. The style for this one was cartoonier in general. So I did little details of like a seashell and a sand shovel, and he's eating a popsicle.
So I drew Fern in the water, basking in the sun with his cute little swimsuit on. And originally he was holding a beach ball, but then I changed it to getting splashed by water. Oh, I wonder who's splashing him. Oh, it's no, he's not using water bending. For some reason I kept thinking he was like using water bending to bring the water into him. And I added some hibiscuses in the foreground just to fill the space out more. And at the end you will see a beautiful rainbow behind him, like a picture-esque moment.
Day 9, the prompt.
Be the first to watch Limo on stage at home today.
Have you ever watched one of those art tutorials where someone draws a circle, adds a few lines, and bam, somehow there's a completely drawn face? So you try it, but your version looks off. The proportions are weird, the features weren't placed correctly, and you're staring at it like, what happened? You're not alone, and no, you're not bad at art. You're just missing a few key things that maybe those videos didn't explain too well. But hopefully this video will help you grasp all of things necessary for you to draw the head and the face. So you kind of want to draw a circle, this weird cross thing, add a chin, and you're done. And that's not quite right. If you do that approach like I did here when I was 10 years old, you're going to end up with not a lot of space for the facial features. So what are we actually drawing when you draw a circle? It's really important that you know what you're drawing and why. So what is the circle? The head? No. The skull? Not quite. The brain? That's honestly the closest answer, but no. This circle represents the neural cranium. It is this round part of the skull that serves to protect your brain. We draw this because it is a simple shape, which is something we're always trying to look for when drawing. I talk about looking for simple shapes in my How to Draw Anything video. I promise I don't bring up my older videos of promo. It's because this knowledge is useful in